Well, hello, 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 everyone. How are all of you? Hopefully, you're all doing well. So today we're going to be unlocking the Stormblood Alliance raids, uh, which also known as the Return to Ivalice saga. Which we need to go to Kakane to start that. Or actually, it's Dramatis Persona is the quest we're looking for, which is over there. You. Kaiten knows of someone seeking your acquaintance. Welcome, my lady. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. And here she is, the laborer both Doma and El Amigo in the flesh. I am Lydia Mirarel, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because actually, it's best you heard it from Alma, but I am but an observer. Alma, come, I found her. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed, it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's all right, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We'll wait before we'll wait you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. As I said before, I think it's better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gateguard, Minigumu has been instructed to look out for you in the future. Speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Thank you for coming. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on this shuttle. Definitely a different style airship than normal. Kind of cool looking, though. The Imperial Vista serves as both the stage and home to the Majestic Imperial Theater Company. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Ask anyone, they'll rarely attest the Majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the three great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they are never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of two options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. Seriously. Am I having issues? No, not at least with speed. Okay. The Principal of the Majestic, however, chose the third option: to express his disapproval for the new emperor's policies obliquely and ostensibly unpolitical works. Oh god, it is having issues. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Boss Lexenthal, daughter of Principal Genomicin Lexenthal. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story. On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention, but beneath it is something quite different. A fact that the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned class appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. For long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here, right? Just a moment here. I gotta see what the hell's going on. I know this has made it any clearer as to why we're here, right? Allow me, Lena. God, it looks horrible. I've known Genoma since we were students in the Magic Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Genoma and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on with the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds and others' naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire. From the inside out, the troop was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. I'm going to try something here. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls, and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so that others might do the same. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and will never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for the country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or Doman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father? And in Garlean territory, no less. But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? Once this cutscene's done, I'll try closing out the game and reopening it here and see if it performs any better. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began to work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please, follow me. See, it looks fine on my actual screen, but the preview just looks like shit. I'm sorry. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follow. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero? According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yes, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, the ivalice had Genomus firmly in his grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient ivalice lie beyond Noxia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca desert. Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca desert to search for proof of ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals unlike any others. My father called them orosite and claimed they are vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent. Evolution legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather orosite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how the orosite spoke to him. At the time we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers. poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not common for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters ago. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps a strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Well, the preview is starting to look a little bit better. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce. Enough, Master Cid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride. Unlike some, it seems, we require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We'd be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character in all the time I've known her. She has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. You're lucky to have her. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I am sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened to Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. Hashtag not your Ramza. Fair enough, fair enough. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy. In the ruins of the capital city, he barely escaped with his life. Although, to be fair, I have more experience with this Ramza than I do the one from Final Fantasy Tactics, to be honest. The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time, I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with the Ivalice legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he was returned. Now you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Then, Oma, I shall leave you and your brother in Illusion's capable hands. She has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness. Well, preview's looking better, so my computer was doing something that's draining power. If only I knew what it would have been. Yeah. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca. But how are you doing this evening? Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing into memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. Clearing out work before a long weekend, or maybe just a proper lunch. Fair enough. Both are important things. One without the other makes for a very unhappy weekend, evening, whichever it is that you may be trying to enjoy. Nope, there goes the frame rate in the preview again. We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. Maybe it just doesn't like this room. I don't know. Ramza? I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. Yep. Like the moment we go back into that room, it's like, nope. We're losing frames. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the rural city of Lesalia, capital of ivalice? But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well, then I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Yes, yes, we can argue about this now, or we can turn to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Well, so much for thinking that was going to be fine for a moment. You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool, do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light. Okay. I'm actually going to. Let's see here. Let's just try closing out of 14 and relaunching it. Mm. Maybe next thing I should be looking to upgrading this computer is maybe the processor. Hmm. Hopefully, it won't be as long a wait as some of the other ones we've done. Hopefully. I'm gonna grab a drink here real quick, and I guess we'll do some leave quests while we wait for the queue to pop. Apparently, there's some weird thing where people can basically gain the roulette system somehow, which I don't get, and I don't think is right. But that's neither here nor there. And then let's see here. Ah, too bad they couldn't have been next to each other. Well, it saved me some nice time. Okay, there we go. Was watching. I watched the live action Bleach movie. It wasn't as bad as what I was expecting it to be, but I mean, it still wasn't great. I mean, I was expecting it to be far, far worse. What's some of people's either most favorite live action versions of uh, or adaptations of a video game or movie? I mean, anime, or vice versa, or in reverse. What's one of the worst ones you've seen? One of the most atrocious. I mean, probably one of the best live action adaptations I've seen would probably be the live action version of Black Butler. And one of the worst would probably be maybe the original Blood Rain movie. If I'm being completely honest. Although, granted, Blood Ring 2 and 3 weren't bad. Though Blood Ring 3 was. I'd almost consider, with how much sex and nudity was in that, I almost wouldn't have considered it a standard movie. It was seriously skirting that line. Well, Matt, let us find a leave that suits your talents. Excuse me. Okay. Now, I mean, they changed a lot with the live action film for Black Butler. Uh, Most notably, basically uh, the genders for both. Well, pretty much everyone. Uh, but I mean, it was still really good. I was actually rather surprised with how good an adaptation it was. But I mean, if you go into it with that expectation of you want it to be this exact one way, it's not going to be for you. If you go into the expectation of just viewing it as its own thing, it's actually really good. It's just a matter of overcoming your own preconceptions of what you want it to be. But I mean, that's not an easy thing to do. Is overcome our preconceptions. what we expect things to be. Well, Q's not doing too bad, don't look like. Might actually be on time. What that really bugs me anymore in stories is so more often than not, I am left with a bittersweet ending to end cap the tale. And it doesn't really matter what uh, form of media it is, whether it be books, games, movies, what have you. That seems to be the standard in this day and age. Oh, I need to find this article again. I came across a rather interesting piece of news where your normal beers might be getting more taste here soon. Um, because back in like the 50s and 60s, rather than doing it normal in uh, big wooden barrels and such for the aging process of beer, they went to high pressure stainless steel tanks, and apparently they can't get the taste to match right because the yeast from one doesn't really survive in the other. Well, they figured out what genetic marker in the yeast actually causes the difference in taste. And so they've genetically modified the yeast that can actually survive in the high pressure vats uh, with this new encoding. And so it's supposed to be, will supposedly bring more taste to just your average beer. Now, whether it actually happens or not, I don't know. But it's cool to think about. And I mean, honestly, if you don't like genetically modified, then you probably just should just stop eating food because, believe it or not, genetically modified can be as simple as just selective breeding to get a desired result out of whatever it is. And therefore, you have genetically modified whatever you are working with, whether that be a crop or cattle or what. I guess we're not going to be on time. Oh well, one could always can only hope. It's all you can ever really do. Hi, we're going to make some sushi out of you here. Kept forgetting to switch over and just kill that thing. Or it'd probably be the 20 level 25 zone in Limsa B. I need to think on that. There we go. Come on. It's like, where is this unsettling presence? Oh, I'm tired today. I'm just mentally exhausted. It was a long day at work. Unfortunately, a very long day at work. And then just before stream, I'd started watching Don't Look Up. It's a good movie, kind of funny. Though I'd have to say, all too likely of a scenario of how things would actually play out in such an instance. At least what I saw of it. Because where I'd left off, there's like 4 months left, but they tried launching an a mission to knock this comet off course, but they turned it around because they wanted to make a bunch of money off mining the stupid thing. It's just like, yeah, what good does that do if when it hits, you're all dead? Because I don't think you're going to mine it to the point where it's not going to destroy everything in 4.5 months. In fact, you'd be better off to knock it off course and then go through. And once it's safe, I mean, hell, if nothing else, you just break it apart into. It makes it even easier, in my opinion. But what the fuck do I know? Better take precautions and be safe than not. Excuse me. There we go. Two healers, two tanks, and four DPS. Well, the big ones are almost out of the way. Well, one of the big ones is almost out of the way. Ah, we lost one of the tanks. Son of a bitch. Where's my truffles? Truffles can go for a good bit of money if you can find them and they're of the right weight and such and variety. Apparently, pigs are the best animals to try and hunt for them. Of course, you gotta train the pig because otherwise it tries to eat the truffle itself. Nope, back up to 2, 2, and 4. Oh, just in time. Just in time. Don't you screw with me. You guys click that accept button. Click it. Look at those chocobos from the running across the wild deserts. Not really that. I mean, technically, would this now be considered wild area as basically the human population of this area has been gone? Well, not necessarily human population, but population in general. Nah, get out of the. Target the thing. Hit the thing. Try and do the things. Trying not to be bad. I mean, I am, but that's a whole nother story. Um. I think that's going to hurt because I think that's a bad thing right there. A very bad thing. People failed to do the job. I'm still alive. Woohoo! Right now, what's a movie everyone's looking forward to going seeing that you know is coming out? Like, oh, headset needs charged. There we go. There's the things. All these poor chocobos. We'll make you three pay for this. Oh, that's not a good thing. I, yeah, I probably deserve that. Woohoo! I actually wasn't expecting to get revived, but I'll take it. I missed all the action. Oh, all those poor mimics. I mean, they were just doing their thing, just looking there like chests and being all nice and homey and cozy, and then we had to go and disturb them. I mean, it's no wonder they wanted to bite us. I must have had a thing. Hi, welcome back down to the us regular people. I'm here about your extended warranty on your car. Now, trying to bring the roof down on top of me is not necessary. That is highly uncalled for, sir. Highly, highly uncalled for. Ah! The fuck just hit me? Probably tank buster. Oh, that was no mimic. It's like I saw the edge of what looked like maybe a chest among the people, and it's like then it turns into that. It's like that's not a mimic at all. Tomorrow night we'll be doing some more Yakuza Dead Souls. Whee! I saw the scrawlings there a little too late to go take a look at them. That's some interesting instruction. Ha! I got out of your way. Barely, but I got out of the way. Wait, I should be in this one as I'm part of C. I can't move. Damn it. Shit. Excuse me. I do. Is that how you pronounce that? Belv? Huh. I wasn't even close. I will say I've never figured out the mechanics of this fight ever. So like most people, I just kind of go through it. Like very much avoid the OEs. I think it's the other way around. Are you now? That one I understood. Ow. Okay. We got a glimpse of you laying on the ground a few moments ago. Where am I? Father? Ramza? And the Warrior of Light? Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. Words fail every writer. The term you're looking for is thank you. Upon which note, I, Bagamon Bounty Hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the Orosite, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red, and be quick. Gajuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one, she'll bring it to me. Yes, this is it, the Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma, the Duma of Doma. Bwahahaha! He disliked that so badly. Enough, Boggy. We would not have our guests think us underbred. You have what we want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. Of course, Abonga's always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though. Father, you've only yourselves to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that they are listening. Bwahahaha! Get up, fool. We're leaving. Barely made it. I mean, he made it, but barely. You're going to be all right. We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breath is steady and his fever has subsided, for now. All we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid, it was never my intention to put you to such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Illusion here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's her. He is right. I have done naught but to deserve your kindness. Yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. So, if I understand correctly, you're saying Orisight does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Isael and the Archbishop. But rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it in before returning it to the host's body. If that is the case, our Charlian allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Hero, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But as I have discovered, there was another, two others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the tale of the story, a brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, to prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on ivalice and legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This, in turn, led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me, evolution has never been mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my very purpose in life. My family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genomus Sen Lexentail, but that is but my stage name. My true name is Erislam. Erislam Durai. Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Doral Papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions, which that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. You are tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oren Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oren found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Following the War of the Lions, Oren believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. The Durai papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults. The truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning that would drive the church to do such a thing? The answer to that question we found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles? A secret family legacy? Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but how do you expect to convince people of all this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice is real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we'd of course have done so long ago. But alas, it is not. The dry papers you see are written High Ivalicen, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, his father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by the Banga bounty hunters showed everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages. Then we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated passages, and of course, my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do. It is as Master Garland said. He is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was unfortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please? Dun, 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 dun. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, we'll be hearing from me again soon. That much, I promise. Illusion, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentale's research into the Orsite may have finally borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. Illusion, Lady Morello. Thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlian, and I thought it only right that you'd be present to hear her findings. To be frank, summoning Makoto was more Ishtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. I am Makoto of House Jemba. A Doman, though my years in Charlene have made me a stranger here. You must be Illusion Fox, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. Let us speak of the crystal. The Otius, one of but many Orisite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to regent. My apologies, the Odious is no ordinary crystal. Even discounting its obvious historical importance, the specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is rather an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequency. NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored, my estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries. I must admit, I lack sufficient varieties to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. Hmm. Well, the explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the academy. It will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again. This is the time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend. My apologies. I merely thought. Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will. Simpler, right. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which can only emit elemental energies, Auracite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. Try again. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the auracite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Fomentation? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that Odious takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Ah, yes, yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference. A primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a hoard of elementally charged crystals. Auracite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. We know from the derived papers that Argoth was never king of ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions. Yet the Agarth encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Auracite in his possession making Mana, realizing his desire to rule. I'm informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it is not actually Agarth who uttered them, but the Auracite itself. If the derived papers are accurate, Agarth was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Orsay took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, illusion, put to the sword. Then you're saying the crystal could prove a threat. The Orsay Doma, and not necessarily Ramses, seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Orsay should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who yields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh, yes, it was Imperial Galvus's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms, where, after all, was the harm of it if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents. You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would be capable of such a feat? Now that is an interesting question. The answer to which I'd look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however. Makoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. Or no. What I don't understand is... If the Duma was impressed with Argoth's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otius? I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty, but what are the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Ramza, why won't you... Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma? Our resident voice of dissent. You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research. From the moment we left Garlemald, would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never. You would never. Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two shoes, and this flying mole? Please tell me you can see that. Who'll be this Moogle? Why is the Moogle involved? Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo. Guards, get this. Mont Blanc. The name is Mont Blanc, denizen of Dalmascus deserts, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire. But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kupo. Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Benga, and the Viera might live in relative harmony with Hior, Elizan, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Mughal population. Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. A Mughal? Of course, I'm a Moogle, Kupo. You'd think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now, about my admission to the Majestic. I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? I mean, it can fly. By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? No, Father. Very well then, Mont Blanc. What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage. What else? The Zodiac Brave story. Kupo, never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental. Kupo, it was then that I realized I either had to be part of it, or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle. No, you can't let the Moogle be bitter and broken. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? Hurdy, how did you... Perhaps you'd have more success running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every fool who you happen to meet, Kupo. Was it not but 2 score nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember? To he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread. But how is one to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accused me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo. And that destination is what? Mummer? Are you sure it is not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. That is where you are mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo. Kupo, 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 Kupo. Enough! The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you are too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troupe would need proof of valor before it could even consider. Craven? Call me in cheat and call me Curb, but do not, sir, call me Craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one fell beast by my own hand, and the Majestic Theater Company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo. Wait, I ask you no such. You are all here witnesses, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day! Wonderful. What do we do now? What do? We do nothing. If that Buttmole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zo, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term derogation is molebat, and I should warn you, Muggles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argoth's wretched example? Mont Blanc would never have set off on his fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. You are the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and her companions, Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth. Meaning Rabanastre, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Mogul in that manner? I can't decide which was worse, the things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it's none of our concern. For now, let's concentrate on the task at hand. Finding that Moogle before he does something we'll all regret. Let's say we start nearby. Pier 2, perhaps? Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I love the music here. The Falcon Porter tells us that he sent a traveling blacksmith away to Yanxia, not a Bell Pass. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Mont Blanc. Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quest route into Dalmasca via the One River and its western tributaries. As Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. I can't fly here in this. Shit. And I don't think I can get through from down here. Or maybe I can. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He has been worried sick. Both Hardy and Ramsay were right along. I am a failure, a flop, a flailing, flapping, floppish failure, Kupo. How could I play the part of a hero? I can't even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird. The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero. Not even most heroes. Yes, the parts sing the man who deals the final blow, but his cadre of loyal companions. Do you think the Toledo united Ivalice on his own? Do you think the illusion here was alone when she liberated Alamigo? Never alone? So you're saying you'll always be there for me, for Mont Blanc? I think she was speaking metaphorically. Let's not dwell on the details. The day is saved, and Mont Blanc has escaped sans scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Dun, 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 dun. Do you seek passage to the Prima Vista? Please, this ship's a place of peace. Release my sister, or you'll always answer to me. When the cat's away, put that damnable thing down, Ramsay. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bakuman. You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father? You who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never. Silence. They have Alma. We'll hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you or with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer you your journal as an act of good faith. This is all rather a lot to digest, But your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the ore site. You're saying that Crystal did something to our captain? After being emptied of Agarth's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether. You're saying the crystal ate our captain? Not his body, no. Only his soul. His soul? Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They show themselves for the beasts they are when they put a knife to your throat. First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. Your failings? 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake and sweat at the memory. We were fusiliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold Nalbina. Nalbina fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to the Dalmascan morale, and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Ba-Gemnon was our captain, and once it was clear that the day would not be ours, Prince Rassler, commander of the garrison of Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelia, away from the fortress and thence to safety. But things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms. But a stone's throw away from the Garam's waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us the very people who had failed her to survive for as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been as who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are not but cold-blooded lizards, deserving whatever scorn you deign to heap on us. I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of this homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Ba-Gemnon is a little different from that which drove Agarth, the self-same emotions that were to nourish the Duma. Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian. She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather, more of one. Garlean lies. What they say is true. If we do not find Ba-Gemnon and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where you might have gone? Any at all? Wait, look at this. Something's been added to the final page of my journal. Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it. Until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is. Is this Dalmascan? Indeed it is. It says Ritarana. The lighthouse. Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. Only one way to find out. There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabnaster, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a malm across. The Ritarana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has ascended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. I must admit to knowing little of Ritarana, save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there's any mention of the abyss. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest. Genomus and his son are ready to present their findings on Ritarana. Our studies reveal that Ritarana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Damascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress, once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeepers abandoned their post after the fall of Rabanastre. But if Fair Cirrus offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all this ties in with the Evilician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of a Ritarana. Yet, it seemed foolish to assume that name would not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So, I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Islebardan history with our translations of the Durai papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ritarana. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Ramses' discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there was no mystery at all? What if, at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. The Ritarana Lighthouse lies far from civilization. You'd be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. Of course. Fancy. It's one hell of a fucking lighthouse. Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it's best if we split our fellowship into two parties, one to delve into the tower's depths, and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition sub-leader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid you in your search for the missing lizard. Damn brother, where are you? You found him. Let me see. He needs our help. Prince Rastler, Princess Ashelia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is all my fault. I could not save you. Could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I'm so sorry. Bagamnon, wait. Traitors, have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You are mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess? The Duma. It has him. Kupo is showing him what he wants to see. Witch, murderess. Gunfire? Bagamnon. So this is the end. Recite the words, satisfy the covenant, relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which you desirest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at my brother, look at me. In sword etched he his fading memories. Don't you die, not yet. In stone his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. Yearn can't leave us here. By sword attested, by stone revealed. That light, where have I seen it before? Oh no. Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? It is as we feared, then. Bug and Gamnon's soul is lost. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Bog Gamnon is beyond saving. Yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction. Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We're meddling with forces beyond. Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Illusion was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And you are right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gog. The what work city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Gog was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the dry papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it. A lone passage regarding Gog's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away the rocks, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there is no mention of Ridorana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell me them the rest of it? The possibility that we Garleans are descended in part from the displaced citizens of Gog? It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of elegant technology. And it may also explain why the legend of ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but written to our original claim, is your belief that the Ridderunner Lighthouse stands atop what is left of that necklace. Where did you get it, girl? This? It was my mother's. Your mother's? It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask? Bogamnon had a talisman he'd wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And what are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother? Neither. I spoke of their similarity, that is all. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Enough, Rumza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way, or anyone else's for that matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of the Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now, we have a lost city to explore. I'll be right back. Well, we got almost all our healers already. Okay. Neither one of you were asked to play. Oh, I lost all my healers. How readily annoying. Okay. I had to look around for the wanted target. Hope it showed up. Oh. I only finished two. I wasn't paying enough attention. That's okay. You'll have that. Should have known it wasn't him. I should have just gone with where I was going in the first place. And we did pretty good getting through the first queue, I thought, but and this one seemed to have started out well, but it that died quick, unfortunately. Wanted target. Yes, let me go back here and turn these in. New gear. That looks like feel half the time it's not triggering right blade whenever I use fast blade. I mean, it doesn't really feel like it, but that is. But I mean, it's. I'm sure it is, and I'm just not noticing something. Excuse me. Okay. Go with this one first. Nope, wasn't this one. Excuse me. There we go. Let's see. We've still got what? Another level on you, 5 on you, and then 5 on you. There we go. I hate doing this kind of grinding, but it's like I don't really have much else I can really do until that cube pops. So the next one's gonna be more annoying. Wait, wanted target. There we go. Oh wow, it's already 4 a.m. So we'll probably finish up with this with running around the lighthouse and pick up the rest of it next on Thursday, more than likely. What should tell me more precisely other than more than 30 minutes? Yeah, I already know that. I'm I'm past the 30-minute wait. Well, too bad I didn't get the chest, but that's okay. I can live without that. Yeah, he interrupted me. So now I gotta kill him. Where he spawned in screwed up where I was clicking. Let's see. Let's do this one next. The sheer amount of waiting. So far, we've done one Blue Mage level, 5 Gladiator levels, and 1 Conjurer level. Okay. 42 allowances left, and I think we started out with what, 80? So we've done about 40 of these so far. Excuse me. Excuse me. Still a fair bit away. Wasn't even trying to do the fate, so I don't care that it failed. Exactly the reason why I turned it up, because I knew it was going to be leveling off of basically like the first kill. Saints Week begins on October 19th. Anything new and cool in it? Eh. New armor set. New emote. Pumpkin cookies. Eat pumpkin cookies. There we go. Chest is all the way over there. And here I was hoping when started the stream that this would just be real quick, easy, things would cooperate, but no. No, 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 no. It most definitely was not. That's okay. That's okay. Oh, I chose correctly this time. Oh no, I lost my trusty companion. Oh wait, there's a wanted target there. Excuse me. Well, got a couple more people in the there in the queue. Considering it's been empty for a while. So maybe making some progress. One can only hope. Nope. Had a bunch of people drop out of the queue. Son of a bitch. No, I didn't know I could do that, but I might do that next time. That might be faster. Maybe. New things we learn. I knew you could do that for the regular 8-man, but did not know you could do that for the Alliance quests. There we go. If I hit the 2 hour mark, I'm giving up for tonight. I'm under 20 left for leave quests. Well, that's where I'm going to call it here for tonight. We've sat in queue for 2 hours and it still hasn't popped. We'll come back to this Thursday night. Till then, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day.